Hello, my computer duders. One moment, por favor. There we go. I know I said we play more Bramble. We will. It's just this couldn't wait. Oh, come on. Cooperate, for fuck's sake. Come on, cooperate. Cooperate, come on. That's my case to the computer. Alright, Steam VR is working. Is OVR drop working? OVR drop works. Oh, where's my hand? Are the sensors online? They're online. Why is this hand fucking up? I'm sinking through the floor. Oh, baby. Okay, now we're cooking. Gonna double check I'm actually streaming. I won't need my phone for this, theoretically. That can be closed. That can be closed. That can be closed. Hang on. One of them won't be closed. There we go. That should be everything. This is just what it looks like. Amnesia in VR. Which is not a simple patch. Let me turn down the volume of the game. Hang on. That's more like it. What's happening? What's happening? Did it crash? I promise we'll get underway. Here we go. It has to be good enough. Let me know if you get video and audio. Left hand seems to have calmed down somewhat. Oh, look at them light rays. That's adorable. So yeah, this does not run on HPL2 anymore. Getting it running in VR required completely porting the game and all of its assets to Unity, which is a unbelievable workload. I feel like I'm robbing the dev for not paying for this. When asked in like 2013 about why Soma was not in VR, or not 2013, that would have been pre-Oculus, wouldn't it? Basically, they were asked around the time of DK1, why are you not supporting virtual reality? Your games are perfect for it. And they basically said, we didn't anticipate VR at the time that we developed the HPL engine, so it doesn't support stereoscopy. And in fact, it's completely incompatible with stereoscopy. A lot of the effects are hard-coded to work only with a single camera. What happened? Isn't that what I want to do? Oh. That's how you light the torches, I guess. This is not a trivial process. All the gameplay mechanics had to be recreated too. This is a ground up remake. If I was frictional and I saw this, I know Nintendo hired this man, right? But I would definitely consider bringing these guys on board in house for the express purpose of making VR ports of existing games without taking away from the new projects, to soak up some extra sales. It's a duck to grab things. If I could be a little bit shorter, that'd be ideal. Oh, I'm going insane. Oh, my mind is going. It is me, Daniel, Cocker Spaniel. What can I burn? Let's burn some books. Will that get me banned off Twitch? Hope not. Oh, it's a little jank.
I don't know if there'll be anything left after I consume this drink. Don't be afraid, Daniel. God willing, the name Alexander of Brandenburg still invokes bitter anger in you. If not, this will sound horrible. Go to the inner sanctum. One last thing. His shadow is following you. It's a living nightmare, breaking down. Redeem us both, Daniel. Descend into the darkness where Alexander waits and murder.
Oh, we got people in chat now.
Your former self, Daniel.
This is Amnesia, remade from the ground up on Unity by fans for the express purpose of VR support. They transplanted it through an entire engine and recreated all the mechanics and all the just the mechanics, I guess, because it would not have worked otherwise. They didn't have to make any assets, at least. Hold on. Oh, that's how you do that. I'm pretty impressed so far. It feels roughly as good as It actually did make me nauseous. Funny you should say that. Because there's a lot of times in the game where it takes control away from you and the camera does fucked up shit. Like in the early portions of the game, like the first five minutes, you stumble around and you have blurry vision. You can turn all that shit off, though. It's possible to deactivate any of that. What are those? What are you? The fuck are you? Oh, it's one of these. There's still signs it wasn't made for this medium. I believe this is Brennenburg Castle. If I remember the lore. It needs a little bit of tweaking. It just came out, though. I contacted the dev and said, I dare not ask this of you because you've already put in so much work for free on Amnesia. Could you do the same for Soma? Or if... Because there's already a VR port of Penumbra, I think it works the same way.
Alexander, is it inside the castle?
In a manner of speaking. Come, bring the lamp. You've been to the refinery, have you not?
I don't believe I have. Is it connected to the...
This is fucking up my eyes.
Inner sanctum. My most precious chamber, Daniel. And it lies well beyond the refinery. In fact, it lies beneath the very stone of Brennenburg.
It's doing a weird optical effect right now. It hurts my brain. There we go. It needs to not do that. That's what they meant when they talked about effects that don't work with stereoscopy. Oh, the space AIDS. Turbo gonorrhea. Have you talked to your castle about not contracting STDs? I think the reason they didn't turn me down exactly. They said we had no plans for that at this time. If I were to speculate, I'd say that their plan is to get noticed by Frictional and then hired to make VR adaptations of Frictional games, which is why they're not doing any more until they get paid for it. That would stand to reason. This would run perfectly on Quest. You can probably run this on Quest 2 just fine. It's not a very new game. Crazy to think that if it feels not so long ago when this was a taxing game to run on your computer. Blood. Everything looks good. One of the things that often fuck up is basic stereoscopy, like interpupillary distance, barrel distortion. So there's in amateurish efforts, there's often something slightly wrong about how the game looks in the headset. Like for example, the whole world moving around you slightly when you turn your head. That doesn't happen here. They've implemented the VR camera that is your head correctly in the world. And the controls seem pretty well implemented so far. I didn't mean to do that. Anytime I grip, hold on, I gotta turn off the I gotta turn off grip as buttons. Off. Vertigo effect off. Seated mode. What was I doing? What was I doing a second ago? Alright, I forgot what I was doing. It couldn't have been that important. Oh yeah, I was turning off the grips. Fuck, that keeps happening to me. I can't turn the grips off, I don't think. I'd really like to. They're overly sensitive. This is amazing. Equally amazing is what it took to adapt it to VR, though. This is basically a source port.
16th of May, 1839. The unflinching African sun. Later that evening, tomorrow.
Never cared for the lore. No tinder boxes. How much did they render outside? Not very much. Cozy Castle needs a little bit of TLC though. Can I run? I can run. I can run if I want to. I can leave Spoopermans behind. Why does this keep popping up? The fucking Spooperman's in here with me now. I forgot how scary this is. Oh, you can grip the edge of the door. That's really handy. I didn't mean to do that. It's a little clumsy, but it has some neat features. Hope you can't hear me over the microphone. Collision on the hands. That's good. It's really mind-blowing after having to use the Q and E keys to lean around corners. To be able to physically lean around corners. Oh no, he's coming to rape me. What's through here? It still seems strange to me. They went from Penumbra to this. I'm stuck in the floor.
17th of May, 1839. After pounding the unforgiving stone wall for what seemed like an eternity, I realized it was hopeless. I was trapped. gasping for air, trying to focus. That's when I saw a faint blue shimmer. My weakened body was heavy to carry, but I managed to push myself toward the enchanting light.
It's meth.
It was waiting for me. Enclosed in dark nothingness, I felt myself drawn to the mystic light. I reached out, closing it in my hands. The faint glow escaped my fingers and began to spark brightly and spirit me away, unlocking alien memories of spiraling towers, endless deserts, and impossible geometry. The next thing I can remember is the grating sound of stone being lifted, the voices of the Arabs pulling me to safety. Grasping
Can't say that.
in my hands was the broken pieces of a most peculiar relic.
It's got support for Oculus type pointing controls. Thumbs don't move. Doesn't support index fingers. I suppose that would be asking too much. I sometimes feel tantalized by the higher resolution of the Quest 2 and 3. But then I remember that I would be trading it for FOV decrease. I really like the big FOV on the index. FOV, I'm a size queen when it comes to FOV, so to speak.
Much of the castle is old and hasn't been tended to for centuries. When the shadow arrives, it won't take long until things start falling apart.
We're just buying time anyway. Let's do what we can.
There isn't much to be done about the walls. We should reinforce weak structures. The ground will tremble and there's a risk everything will cave in on us, especially downstairs. Here, and there. Let's get the servants working on it.
I really hate that effect, whatever that is. That would tickle my pickle something fierce if they did get hired and Frictional got serious about doing VR adaptations. I could die a happy man with VR Soma. Is that too much to ask? I just want to explore Pathos 2 in VR. Before we all die in World War III, which is coming in 2024 or 2025. Based on all the billionaires building bunkers right now. They have an inside line about relations with China that we don't. Let's live it up while we still can, and have VR Soma. That needs to be changed. How that works. You grab your crotch to bring up your inventory. I wonder if that means I store things in my underpants. Oh fuck! That's what that sound was. That works well enough. I'm freaking moon jump. Can I light this on fire? I can't. Where do I go from here? It's got that haunted house feeling. But it's not just a haunted house. That would be too, that'd be too trite for Frictional. They really went all in on the, what is it, 16th century setting? Or 15th century, something like that. No physics for the scrolls. Why would there be? This was never meant to be VR. Let me try the drawers. Oh, fuck. Frictional drawers in VR feel really good. A lot of things are physics objects. I should give it more credit. I threw it on the ground. This does feel really immersive. This is not that way. It's definitely not that way. Just trying to point. It's not that way. I never tried this in the original game. Does the piano work? It's really cool. So that means there's a secret passage somewhere in the other room. Right? I mean, if that's there, can I break this? I don't know why I thought that would work. From where does one access that room? Oh, I bet it's a secret passage. Cat. Cat, now's not the time. This has got to be moving. Yeah, this is a secret passage. None of these? Hang on. Algeria. Nope, that's not it. Oh, baby. It's something here. Does anyone remember? If I don't make progress soon, I'll go back to Bramble. I don't want to. I really wanted to play this in VR tonight. I'm in the home stretch of Terminal Sunset, by the way, finally, after so many months. It's coming together. I made some missteps, but I went back and edited. Like the pro that I am. I got her thought process and her mood all wrong. Given what was happening, I had to rethink of how she would behave and what kind of things she'd be dwelling on given the circumstances, and I rewrote that section. Minor spoilers, although not really, because nobody here is ever going to read it. This is the one where the sun has gone dark and Earth is haunted, and humanity has no real future, but nobody accepts that or recognizes that except for the protagonist. So she reasons herself to an antinatalist conclusion that people are better off dead than alive, but they're too cowardly to recognize that. So it's her job to lure them into compromising situations where she can push them into the shadows to be gotten by the spooks, to help the ghosts take people, under the assumption that they killed their victims. And in doing so, she's being an angel of mercy. She discovers by the end that's not what happens when they get taken, and so she wasn't... It forces her to rethink what she's become and what she was party to and what she'd been doing all that time. Is there something behind here? It sounds like there's a door back there. I can just stick my head back there now. What am I misunderstanding? Is this supposed to open? Can I smash that? Or maybe with a rock. There's a wall there. Oh, that's what I was supposed to do the whole time. What did I hit? Oh, there we go. Just adjust the desk. I'm stupid. I forgot that the answer to every frictional...
When you activate the first one, you hear that. If it stops, you'll have to start over.
Isn't all this a bit excessive?
You can never be too careful with that.
I forgot that the solution to every puzzle in a fictional game is just throw rocks at it. I don't believe that. No Tinder, I don't believe you. It's locked. Oh, this is where the book puzzle is. Aha. Aha, aha, I did that on purpose. Any y'all ever seen Project GKR? The main character was voiced by Billy West, the same guy who voiced Fry in Futurama. which it was a creation of Doug TenNapel of Earthworm Jim fame. Wilhelm and his fools. That's cool. I really care about the lore. The Penumbra port wasn't this well done. It was really awkward and clumsy. I think it was designed for Vive and then never updated. Yeah, I was watching episodes of GKR, Project GKR recently. Remembering my childhood. Oh. Oh. Is there a spooper lad through there? Keep forgetting how to do stuff. Yeah, this is indeed where the monster first shows up. Oh, I saw it. I spotted him. Monster sighted. Ah, fuck! Where'd he go? Does he teleport on this difficulty level? I know that on higher difficulty levels he teleports. I can't open that. I don't know why. Won't budge either. Oh, I forgot how deeply unpleasant this is. He looks like a fucking, decomposed Homer Simpson corpse. But he's so scary still. Did he just nut? Oh! I'm saying I'm in disarray now. Did I just run out of oil? I just ran out of oil. Cool. Good, fine. Wine cellar. Oh, it goes to the wine cellar, so I need to leave this area of the map entirely. There's nothing more for me here. Go to the castle lobby and go downward. I wish that would stop happening. I need to give feedback on the controls to the dev when I'm done here. Scary Homer, why do you vex me? Oh, the space aids. Laboratory, no. Wine cellar. Desert Dunes. This is one they made Rebirth. They alluded to all sorts of cool shit in Amnesia they didn't have the budget to depict. But I never really cared for Amnesia as much as Penumbra, so I didn't find it as much of a treat to finally see the stuff in Algeria that all these writings talk about. Fucking shit, I love VR so much. Little cat on my lap.
Where did the Baron go?
Who cares? He left us enough wine to last us a lifetime. Or at least until tomorrow.
Sound like spirited lads. I'm sure nothing bad became of them. No. Not you, cat. You're fine. No. She's balancing entirely on my right foot, and it's fucking up my ankle. She loves to sit right on the precipice of stuff. Did I die? I suppose the biggest issue is I couldn't find the setting and time period relatable. Penumbra is like the recent past, and Soma is the near future. Oh, good. I sure am quick to waste tinderboxes, aren't I? What's good, Hydra? This is a fan-created, total recreation of Amnesia using the assets from the original game in Unity so that it can support VR. Grab this. That's better. Is that oil? That's a quill. Oh, I used all of it up. Alright, well, what am I supposed to do now? Let's see. Can I climb up there? Anywhere? The path continues through here. Maybe if I climb up. I don't see any way to progress. I do see rocks, though. You know what I say about frictional games? Whenever you don't know the solution in a frictional game, it's throw a rock at it. Is that it? Is that what I'm supposed to knock down? That can't be it. I forget what you do here. I know, I'm trying. Physics object. I always thought these were well suited for VR because everything's a physics object in HBL Engine, including drawers. what I remember you having to do here is knock down a ramp. But I don't see anything to throw that's not too heavy. That's not it. I don't think so. Could that be it? Oh, moon jump. Speaking of moon, it's 2024, my bros. That, you know what that means? It means Artemis 2. Theoretically, if it doesn't get scrubbed into next year. Can I grab the chain? Can I climb this? Here we go. Here we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Kind of. Fuck. Let's try again. You're not supposed to be up there. Alright, that's not it. Oh, I can just move these. Oh, alright. How was I supposed to know that? These are way too heavy for me to move, realistically. How strong is Daniel? I couldn't punch through the brick wall earlier. That's odd. Daniel's a beefy boy. Oh, fuck. No, I don't want in there. Do I? They're trying to spook me away, even though that's where the good stuff is.
What's happening? Oh, feels like my chest is going to burst.
My God, Wilhelm, do something!
Except we're not getting out of here.
How can you say that? Alexander, you piece of shit! Let us out of here!
Oh, here's, I remember this puzzle. Poisoned wine, huh? That's rough. People were talking on Trad Twitter today about how even rain gutters used to be hand carved and ornate, and that's true, but fewer people could afford them, number one, and number two, it wasn't all glamour living back in like the 16 and 1700s. Even in Victorian times, they had not yet made the connection between drinking out of the same river they dumped raw sewage into and a number of diseases. and how their sewers worked. I did a lot of research for antiquarian anomalies, so I learned a lot about how differently houses were built and how they had things like a coal chute and a milk door for the milkman and the coal delivery man, respectively. Does this open? It does open. No, you don't. Come on, bro. Don't you play me like that. How you gonna do that to your boy Hamdad? Nobody's talking. I got video and audio, right? I hope so. Oh, thanks to a generous donation, I have the money I need now to get an annual subscription to Runway, so I can start making AI videos for my YouTube channels. Expect great things from me, namely AI video adaptations of my spooky stories. This is lab, huh? Well, we're not going that way. Oh, fuck. Clenching my cheeks, clenching my cheeks. Clenching your cheeks. What's good, Short Talk? This is VR Amnesia. Has there ever been a horror game called Alzheimer's? I know there's been one called Dementium, the Ward. Would that just be really insensitive? Alzheimer's is a kind of a horror story, though.
There should be more cooperate. Let's see. And one part aquafortis.
I remember getting stuck for the longest time on this fucking chemistry puzzle. Which is why I don't think we're going to do that tonight. I think we've seen enough VR Amnesia for tonight, and we're going to go to Bramble. What do I have? Cuprite, Aqua Regia. Got the pot. That's what goes there. This is a fucking Resident Evil puzzle is what this is. What's down there? Nothing good is the answer to that question. Still learning the controls. This 1, 2, 3, 4. I have only 3 chemicals. I'm missing one. That doesn't open? Were there ever any exotic cartoons when you were a kid? That's not what it sounds like. What I mean is, were there cartoons that you didn't get to see a lot of and you wondered about because you had to go to school when they were coming on, or you were never up early enough to see them? Like, we all saw a lot of the same cartoons, like Disney Afternoon, Tailspin, Rescue Rangers, probably Ninja Turtles, depending on the ages of the people here. But less so did people get to see stuff like Project GKR or Captain Simian and the Space Monkeys or Bucky O'Hare or Cowboys of Moo Mesa, Street Sharks and whatnot. Weird cartoons that were like off-brand, like Biker Mice from Mars. I didn't get to see a lot of that. I always wanted to see more of it. I binged a lot of it when I was like 16, 17, when downloading video off the internet became like a thing that was feasible to do a lot of over like LimeWire and shit. But if I'd waited any longer, I think that was the right time to do it because I was still immature enough that the plot points weren't tiresomely stupid to me. Although some of the writing in some of them is still pretty clever. GKR is a Doug TenNapel property, so it has Doug TenNapel's writing, which saves it. There's a couple clever lines that got a chuckle out of me. Do I have to manually save? Oh, here we go. Delirium Dementium. So none of those are what I need. I need Aqua Fortis. Mortis. Aqua Fortis. Drink the Aqua Fortis. It will give you Mortis. Hang on. I still have memories of those cartoons, though, just being enticed by them and not knowing what they're about. Wondering who the fuck they're made for if they don't get a time slot where you can actually see them. Creepy Crawlers had a cartoon that was really weird. Toxic Avenger had its own cartoon. Which had really cool toys if you like slime. I could never get my parents to buy them because of slime. They didn't want it to wind up in the carpet, which is where it wound up whenever they bought me any toy involving slime. Mighty Max was another weird one I didn't get to see a lot of, even though everybody had the toys. Nobody I knew watched the cartoon because it was on at a weird time slot. Phantom 2049, which is from the same makers as Aeon Flux. This is a Member Berries episode, I guess. You like them berries? Are those some delicious, delectable member berries? Yeah, you like that shit, you little member berry slut, don't you? I must be missing a chemical from a different part of the castle. That's what you come here for, juicy, plump, delectable member berries. So I've been getting hype. I don't know about you. I've been getting hype for Artemis 2 and looking into all the mission parameters. I'm excited to finally see Orion get used and all the systems get shaken down. Orion, the capsule is 1.5 times the interior volume of the original Apollo capsules that sent astronauts to the moon. That's quite a big deal. That is enough extra space that they have room for things like a toilet. In fact, I think that's all they have extra room for. They just shat into Ziploc bags in the Apollo days, but now we got a space toilet. Hot damn. Moving on up in the world. You watched Mighty Max cartoons. We both did. Did you watch BattleTech? BattleTech was Kino. Because it had computer rendering for like 1 minute of every episode. That's all they could afford. But the computer rendering was red and blue anaglyphic. So it was 3-dimensional. If you had the right glasses to watch it, which were red and green, so that they weren't sold anywhere, you had to buy the ones from the toy store, which was a stroke of genius on their part. There were a couple cartoons that had 3D sequences, like Botmaster. Botmaster. He would say, "It's laser time, boys!" Still top 10 catchphrases. It's laser time! And then the 1 minute, or as little as 30 seconds of a 3D episode would commence. I remember Mighty Max pretty well, though. It was well characterized. Has some pretty good interplay between the main characters. There's a barbarian. I forget his name. He's a redhead Scottish barbarian, I think. And there was Virgil, which is a giant owl. And the episodes took place in the actual little playsets. So you could reenact the events if you wish to do so. And everybody I knew who had one of those lost the figurines within like a... Oh, here we go. Orpiment. Is that everything we need? I feel like that's not. I feel like there's other chemicals that we need to add. And some of these are right and some of these are wrong. Did I turn off sanity effects? I hope I didn't. Just the ones that distort the screen. I watched a lot of the awful Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon that we got, which was for much smaller children than the ones that actually saw it. They got Sonic Underground overseas, which again is very cringe and bad. But it's the kind of bad that you would have loved when you were like 9 or 10. It would have seemed like epic to you. Like they've got a green Sonic and a blue Sonic, and they're searching for their mother, and they're freedom fighters in a terrorist cell underground, fighting Robotnik's regime. It was very, very edgy and very sort of Sonic Hunger Games kind of. As someone who's never seen Hunger Games, just based on my impressions of it. Sonic Underground. Oh, fuck yeah, Roughneck Starship Troopers. It does still hold up, because it's well written. They also made a movie of it that has CGI titties in it, which was a big shock to me, given the original... the cartoon was as family-friendly as they could make it. It was also truer to the books. They had the Marauder armor, and they had the skinnies. Let's see... Did I get everything? Am I still in the lab? I want to say I am. I want to say this is the wine cellar. That was such an abundant period of content creation. There's so much money to be made. Everybody was making toy lines and cartoons. It was a great time to be a kid. You were spoiled for choice. Battletech was cool as shit, though. So was Exo Squad. Battletech and Exo Squad both had the robot toys, but you could open them up and put a human action figure in the cockpit. I want to say Exo Squad was the better of the two. Battletech was kind of cheaply made. Not all of the mech art would articulate. It was made of kind of cheap, hollow plastic. It had battle damage, which Exo Squad did not have, I don't believe. So you could shoot missiles at each other's mechs, and if you hit the damage panel, it would like pop an arm off or something, and some of them had an ejection seat that would shoot out. Oh, this is not the way to go, is it? Exo Squad was much higher quality and much more expensive. Every part of it was articulated. The mechs were super articulated. The little action figures were G.I. Joe quality. The action figures that came with Battletech had like one axis of motion for each of their limbs. The elbows didn't move. They just sort of pivoted up or down like this. Whereas the ones that came with the Exo Squad figures had articulated elbows. And their arms could go like this. And so could their legs. It was also, unfortunately, more expensive. So it's a hard sell to a kid with not a lot of allowance to spend. Did I ever go down here? Oh yeah, that's why I don't go there. Is that wall meat? Does that qualify as wall meat? Do we need to start a counter, like Civia's sewer counter? Would that be too gimmicky and derivative if I were to start a wall meat counter? Sorry I skipped the intro. He stumbles around a lot and has blurry vision for most of it. I could not stomach that. I'm going to switch to Bramble because it's more entertaining soon. I just wanted to play some of this on stream to show how well it works. This is on par with or better than the Doom 3 VR conversion, which was the gold standard for fan conversions up to this point. I still hope, fingers crossed, for Soma. Goddamn, VR Soma. It would make my dick diamonds, and it would never subside. Let's see. Chemical early alchemy experiment. Calamine and opiment. That's not what I meant to do. Whatever. We're gonna get my cheeks clapped. Is he down here with me now? I can't reach that. I can't, that's too far away. There we go. That's a lot. It's easier when you do it on the mouse. I can't. There's a computer here. Did that work? Stop teleporting me away from what I have to grab. Oh, it worked! Holy shit. That's easier than I remember. I remember there being decoy chemicals that you could do it wrong. Am I misremembering? Oh, fuck, are you kidding me? Okay, I can climb shit. So I can climb? I can't climb. So much baffling stuff I would love to look into that there's just not enough time in life for. I think that's probably a novel development for human beings, to live in an era where there's too much to read, too much to watch, where the repository of entertainment is far more than any one human could consume in their lifetime. Am I meant to use these? It must be. No, don't do that. It didn't work. That worked. Such a deal. I did it on purpose. All by myself. All by myself. What's good, Nettis? We're playing a fan-made recreation from the ground, not from the ground up, almost, of Amnesia, The Dark Descent, on the Unity engine, using all the original assets and recreating all of the original mechanics. Which was a monumental task he did for free. Yet I contacted the devs and asked them if they have any plans to do the same for Soma or Penumbra, which had an okay but not great VR adaptation already. And he said, no, not at this time. We're not we don't have anything further planned, which leads me to suspect, I told everybody earlier, they're holding out for Frictional money. They want Frictional to see this as their resume and think if we hire these lads to come on board, they can adapt our older games while we work on the new ones, and we can get some additional sales. But is that worth it compared to what you would have to pay these people? I wonder. Alright, I need more acid. It's something I often say anyways. Really, truly impressive effort so far. But it's not Soma, and the heart wants what it wants. I want underwater habitat action. They didn't really realize the potential of the setting either fully until you leave the main base and go to that little spherical outpost, that shelter, that little miniature lab, where you actually have to pass through a lockout chamber and come up through. It's a combination moon pool lockout chamber, which doesn't make a lot of sense. But they weren't really clear on habitat design because they didn't hire anyone to consult. Still pretty good though. Still pretty Kino. Cannot use item in this. What do you mean? What do you mean can't use item in this way? Yes, I can. What do you mean? Damn it. You grab your crotch to open the menu. No object to use item. What do you mean? Yes, you do have an object to use the item on. Can I don't know what we're doing wrong here. What am I missing? What am I not understanding? This has got to be a glitch. This is definitely what you do. Well, I think I'm going to save an exit for tonight and come back to this. We've done enough of it, and I don't think it's as entertaining as I thought it would be. We're going to go back to Bramble. That's less fun for me. Less fun for me as it's not a VR game, but more fun for you as it's more cinematic. Come on, cooperate. Come on, old girl, you can do it. There we go. Gotta give me a second to get all the fucking switches set over from VR to regular. It takes a bit. What'd you think of that? Anyone with VR, you gonna play that yourself? Switching inputs. There we go. Switching desktop audio to... That's not right. That's not right either. There, that's the correct one. Got my gamepad. One of these. Here it is. Here we fucking go, my gamer words. Is there anyone who didn't have Into the Gloom that I haven't bought it for yet for Christmas or New Year's? Because that's on sale at a steep discount, and it's a great game. Y'all have seen me play, Oh, no, that's not actually correct. Need headphones for this. Razer, and this also has to be set correctly. What was I thinking? Here we go. Time for Bramble. Get hype. That's an order. Yeah, I'm playing it in VR because it's in VR. I never liked Amnesia the best anyway. I was a Penumbra guy. I even liked Penumbra Requiem, even though it was a Portal money grab. Just because it was more of what I loved about frictional games, which was never the monsters per se, but the atmosphere and level design and specifically the puzzle design most of all. And Requiem was just more of that. And some of their best puzzles. I honestly wish they had saved it for a proper full game. We didn't get as much good out of it as we could have. Hang on, I'm going to do a real quick net search to see if there's a patch to run Bramble in 21:9. No, the dev says no ultra wide. Motherfucker. They say that it's not that they didn't think of it. It's that the directed camera system doesn't work with ultra wide because there's only certain things they want in frame at any given time. I don't know if I buy that. I'm a little German boy. Tee hee 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 hee. I'm a little German boy. Come and chase me. You shall never catch me. You're wasting your time. Let me know. Let me make sure you got video and audio. Looks like you do. Video check, audio check. You know, I gotta hand it to this game. It's very linear. It's not as good as what it's imitating, which is Inside and Little Nightmares, but it's got an interesting theme. It's very beautiful. Everything works correctly, and it's very fun for people to watch, which is what's important for streamer games.
Dear diary, our people say it is horrible. I wish I could be with him.
Hello, Uwu. This looks cozy. This is a cozy cabin. To be sure, no word of a lie. It's hard to say what time period this is set in, though. There was more Penumbra. There's two sequels, Necrolog and Twilight of the Archaic. I think I didn't finish one of them. I could stream that one of these days. I played the early access. I found the first chapter not very well made. It was definitely made by fans, and it shows. Not to besmirch their hard work at all. It's just if you can't copy. Frictional's like the best in the biz. They're not easy to copy. They're a hard act to follow. I don't see anything. Oh, you can fucking do that the whole time? Alright. I told you, you foolish zombies. You unshiny, non-fun boys. I'm the fastest little German lad in all of Germania. You shall never capture me. Onto my sexy body. Here's a hot take for Frictional fans. I liked A Machine for Pigs. I liked that quite a bit. I agree it was dumbed down, it was simplified. That was a bad thing, but it had puzzles. I liked the theme and the story a lot. I thought those were the star of the show. in a much more interesting setting than Amnesia for me. Hello, party peoples. It is I, small German boy. And it is time to dance! Unz, 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 unz. Oh, I can trick him. Well, so the name of the game is to trick him into the hole. I'm a little German boy. I'm happy, gay, tra-la-la. I will do my German dance for you. Fiddly-eye, fiddly-eye. Okay, that's what you do there. I didn't stand a chance there. Nothing good is down that hole, it turns out. This is scary. You can't get me here. But neither can I escape. So we know that's not the right way, it turns out. Oh, verdammt, I hope I don't get the neck schnappen. You ever think about how Germany in World War II was like the national equivalent of a school shooter? Like Europe was the high school and Germany was like the kid in the trench coat who felt humiliated by the outcome of a fight, aka World War One. I have one great idea, guys. Why don't we kill everybody? Then they will have to respect us. I don't want to fall down there. What do I do here? All right. Stealth was an option the whole time. Well, that's the problem. Let's get started. If you missed the entirety of me demonstrating Amnesia, the VR mod, wherein fans astonishingly fully recreated Amnesia, the Dark Descent, with all of its mechanics intact, using the original assets in the Unity engine so that it can support VR headsets, because HPL engine is not VR compatible. And now we are the little German boy trying to outrun the zombies who want to clap our little cheekwurst. Our Black Forest hams. No. Okay, so light attracts them. Nein, don't klappen das Cheekwurst. Are those zombie rats? I don't think I'll go back in there. Unless I have to. What kind of zombies are these? These are like plant zombies. These are like the Smurf zombies where everybody became problematic, according to Tumblr. Remember the Smurfs zombies episode? Where they hop around going gnip, gnap, gnip, gnap. That door, is that where I'm trying to get to? I didn't at any point anticipate this is where the game would be headed. You think Scandinavian mythology inside / Little Nightmares, you don't think zombie survival? Oh, it's a church. Oh? Oh, books again. Is this where is this little priest fort where the priest or pastor stands? This would have been after the Christianization of this country, wouldn't it? Don't you get up. You stay where you are. You bad boy. You stay on the ground. They're gonna rub his bare feet up on that rainbow. Pervert. Those are some gay feet. I can't tell by how they're dressed what time period this is. This has got to be post-medieval. This can't be medieval. Shit's too well put together. Okay. These are prayer candles, right? Where you keep a candle burning for someone you're praying for? Ah, there we go. That was all the books. Interesting choice of camera angles. Another priest fort. Interesting. Schnappen das Ankel. Wouldn't all those little forest buddies be considered demons in need of slaughter? Under the Christian system of depaganization? Wait, why are they all dead now? I don't trust this for 1 second. This is a big... The music just went quiet. Oh no, it started to get action-packed. Oh fuck. Oh fuck, oh god, oh fuck, oh shit, oh god, oh fuck, oh shit, oh god, oh fuck, oh shit. Ah! Well, nice knowing you. Oh, they're gonna break through, aren't they? They're gonna break through, aren't they? Yep, they are. Oh, my butt cheeks! Oh, my ulcers. Thank Freya. Wasn't she at one point called Frigg? Maybe she's who that move was named after. No friggin' way. That was really heart pounding. I like when there's a time sequence and I nail it the first time though. That's sublime. Is that an eclipse? That is an eclipse. You would make a good game in this style is Return to Oz. Any of y'all ever seen Return to Oz? What a fucking fever dream that was. I still have nightmares about that movie. That and the Dark Crystal. Dark Crystal never got a really good game, did it? Can you imagine? Actually, Dark Crystal should be more like Breath of the Wild. Oh, he ate the good mushrooms. Ooh, the really good ones. Am I das Child Versten? Pagan God, is that you? Smeagol, why the fuck are you here? Assuming the plant can't spread from island to island, we're in good shape now. Is this gonna be a mechanic from now on? Light strobing? Go in there. You little shit. That's your home. Are you too good for your home? Sometimes I wonder why that hasn't been done yet. Stuff like Dark Crystal as a game. Then I remember that talent is a finite resource. You can't just whip out a game of equal quality to the industry leaders. Otherwise, you'd have a million of them. I can't stop seeing Uter when I look at him. Ruin das Boot. Everything he does is funny. Oh, well. It suddenly stopped being funny. Where am I? What's happening? Oh. Well, that was easy for him. The only stranger danger is meeting a new friend. Rats would never harm me, they're my little buddies. Right in the nose. Not today, Satan. Interesting little battle. What does that symbolize? Just the risk of death that I overcame? Again? Please no. Oh. Would you like a lick of my joy rod with iodine? Spooky man, he's gonna rape ya. But only if he doesn't rape ya. You can't rape what you can't catch. You could do that? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do I do to not get eaten? Oh, I just have to not stop. Nom 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 nom. What? Did he just nut on me? What the fuck happened? Is that a gross sneeze? This is a boss fight, isn't it? Oh, he fucking pukes on you if you don't get him in time. I wasn't fast enough. Fuck. Alright, hang on. Alright. This part I need to do with the keyboard, part I need to do with the controller. There we go. Yum, yum, yum. There we go. You know, there's a part in the Bible where the apostles, or whoever wrote that book, as I admit it's not known for sure, basically says that the Romans have been saying that the apostles stole Jesus' body from the tomb, but that they were paid to do so. So they acknowledged it, but they got out in front of it by basically saying everybody who says that we stole the body is a paid shill. That's a real verse. Sorry to be Reddity, but I was shocked that it was in there. That's like a lie a 5-year-old would tell. Like, okay, alright, some people saw us taking the body, but they're liars for Rome. They were paid to, here's what happened. They were paid to say that. Has there been a Jesus Resurrection horror game? He's got that look in his eyes. He thirsts for butt pleasure. Slight variations on the gameplay formula. How was I to know that was the one? How do you know which one's real? It is very much. You're trying to get too much mileage out of it. You gotta make it to the Portal Gina. Oh, speaking of which, Portal 64 came out. The first slice of it. Y'all want to see me emulate that? I was gonna emulate Battlemorph tonight, but I hit a skill wall. I've finally gotten to the place where the levels are so hard I can't beat them on one life anymore. And I don't have any more lives. I want to feed him. I want to let him have me there. He's just so hungry and nibbly. He just wants a little snack. This is better be the last one. Pesto was his name. Okay, that was the last sequence. If it wasn't, I was gonna raise an eyebrow. Awkward. Getting a little bit.
Overcome the darkness.
Who is Pesta anyway?
Reach the mountain. He could finally find his sister.
Maybe. Let's not get us ahead of ourselves here. I'm coming for you, sister, so we can make some more genetically pure blonde children. That's how we are made. Not a lot of depth. We don't really have a gene pool. We have a gene puddle. I kind of want to see these get ripped into VR chat. Just for the maps. VR chat has been the biggest beneficiary of the games industry standardizing behind Unity. Just because of the ease of transplanting content into it. I always wondered how that would happen. I anticipated something like VR chat back in like '98, but I wondered what 3D engine they would use to make it. Back then, the realistic option was basically Unreal or Half-Life engine. Then Source kind of made that dream come true with Towers, which is what Towers Unite was based on. Second Life didn't really scratch the itch because it was a totally proprietary system. But VR chat is based on the same engine all the modern games use. So you can just fucking find one-to-one perfect recreations of Breath of the Wild maps in there because they are from the game. And they last as long as Nintendo doesn't take notice. Now with the industry turning against Unity, that might not last much longer though.
Felt regret.
Shouldn't that whip the skin off my face like sandpaper? Did I just kill myself on a thorn? Okay.
As he reached the summit, Ola felt regret.
Well, that's why. I didn't do them in the right order.
He could not stop his sister from being taken.
Give me the power.
Regret that he could not stop the woman from drowning her child.
This is a boss battle?
Regret he had killed the shapeshifter in the forest.
Why? Actually, yeah, had you not killed her and she'd taken a liking to you, she could have been a powerful ally.
Now the mountain stood before him, and he wished he could ask their forgiveness.
Is it possible to save them, by the way? If I do things differently? Can I get a better ending? Wow, it's just like Dark Souls.
He had reached the end that Tuva had pointed him towards. Now, entering the halls of the mountain, Ulle was ready to find his sister.
Hall of the Mountain King, you say? What do I do? Aha. I'm the chosen one. Stupid little shit-faced child is always Hollywood's chosen one. Not that he wasn't already privileged with an awesome life, but now he gets to be isekai to another world and be the chosen one also.
Exhausted, bloody, and at his wits' end, King Nils came to a witch's house on the outskirts of his kingdom. He fell to his knees, begging the witch to help cure his son, and she agreed. The witch explained that the flower held tremendous power that could only very carefully be used for good. The witch instructed he only use a single petal. Using the whole bloom would only invite death. Ulrich began to recover. Discontent at the royal line had grown in the kingdom, following King Nils' bloody campaign. The next day, King Nils found his son dead, and the last light holding
Oh,
his
someone stabbed
darkness
him.
at bay was snuffed out. Heartbroken, King Nils turned to the bloom which had promised life, and instead saw it as an escape from his suffering. The witch, having come to visit the king and the prince, looked at the nightmarish scene in despair. She raised a mountain on top of King Nils and shackled him using the same bramble that he let loose upon the kingdom.
Oh. Alright.
And to this day, the trolls still feed him as punishment for his evil deeds.
How's that a punishment? Are you sure? Oh, this is where all the storybooks wind up so you can review them. I get it. I gotcha. What do I get if I get all the wooden figures? I dare not. Dare I? What's through here? What have I done? Is that where I wanted to go? Oh, puzzle. Okay. Ooh, baby. That's where it all happened. Guess I'm to infer. Really good looking assets. Holy cow. Oh, he's gonna trick the king into thinking he's his son. Oh, that's fucked up. Oh man, don't do that. That's so clearly telegraphed. It is good to be the little king. I guess the prince is the word I wanted. Can I not go through there? He doesn't want to. don't blame him. I might need a fucking weapon. Are you sure you're putting that back? You sure you don't want to pick up that sword? We've been fighting everything with a rock so far. It's a puzzle. See, I was playing Battlemorph and I was shocked to come upon levels I just didn't have the skill to beat. I forgot it used to be like that. Where skill functioned as a meaningful inhibitor to story progress. You just have to get good in order to see the rest of the game. I already had to look up a guide to know where shit was. The difficulty curve goes way the fuck out of control. What's the clue? This is a clue. What's the clue though? He lost his wife and his son. You gotta cut him some slack. Oh, here we go. What's this? Please pick that up. Pick that up, stupid! You dumb fucking blonde child. This is the first thing that's unambiguously a weapon that you've seen so far. You live in a world with child-eating trolls. And you won't pick up a knife. You know what? I'm not even going to save you anymore. What am I missing? Probably this over here. I'm gonna guess there's some way to... It's like a metal piece in here somewhere. No, it's not on the bottom. Resident Evil rules. You have to examine the item to find the other item. Someone had a lot of Mountain Dew Code Red here and spilled it. Boy, I wish I had the support, or I guess I wish I was a big enough streamer that game companies would send me review copies, because after 7th Guest VR, I've been craving some more VR adaptations of old point and clicks, and Myst has been remade. It's really tempting, but it's also $30. Right? That's not happening. What I need to focus on is making runway videos. Little Lord Fauntleroy. I already hate this little posh asshole. Here's the goblet. He's holding the goblet in the painting that you see on the bed. I miss reading as a kid. During the summer when there was nothing else to do because I was a lake cabin. There was no video games. I had some of the most pleasurable, immersive reading sessions of my life. Hanging out in the boat at the end of the dock. Listening to the water. Feeling the toss the boat around this way and that. Just gently. Reading some old 1970s sci-fi because that's mostly what my dad has up there. What am I supposed to be doing that I'm not doing? Could it be in here? Two. What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? What do you mean two? Have I gotten stuck again already? It's really sad. It's getting sadder as the story progresses, probably better. I mean, a lot of those old fairy tales and lullabies and nursery rhymes were actually really fucking bleak. Really sad endings. Because they were just to terrify children into not doing dangerous stuff. It's funny how much of parenting history was just what lies do we tell to our children to get them to do what we want. What we want them to. I'm stuck. It's gotta be two hands, right? On the clock. I get it. Oh, what's this? Nils figurine. Goblet. Goblet. That little, there's that little container. Something to sword. Goblet. Oh, here's the number. 6. 6. All right. 2, and the sword has to have something on it now. Ah, it does. It is an X. 6 to 10. Six to 10. Aha! Finally. What did that change? Alright. Fair enough. That was burdensome. Come on, please. Really? Oh, shit. I joked about it, but this has some Dark Souls vibes in certain places. I was watching some speedrunner documentaries. Have you ever watched those documentaries about how certain records were broken? How many people tried to break them, who broke them first, and who broke those records? It's more interesting than it seems like it might be. Oh boy. Good thing he's drunk. It was about Tetris and how like a 10-year-old kid beat everybody in the world at Tetris recently. You're fucking joking. It's this again? Bitch titties. Ugh. What's the point of that mechanism? Another one of those out of the way. In the Hall of the Mountain King. This weaves together a lot of their myths very nicely. Bum, 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 bum. Is it gonna have the song too? And have me running? It is, isn't it? I hear musical foreshadowing.
The gate that was meant to be closed forever, now opened. Can I run faster with shift key? Guess I can. How do I run on controller? Oh, it's always just been right bumper. I've been going slow through this game. The Mountain King, who was meant to be hidden forever, was now revealed. He just had to reach the sack before Lillimor ended up as the giant's dinner.
Can I climb up the back? I can't. Eleanor, no. Whatever the fuck your name is. What am I supposed to do here? I don't see the way. Is it over here? How do you get... Is he big or am I small? I was in a boy-sized room earlier. Like I'm a normal human for this world. It keeps playing with scale, like Alice in Wonderland. This really is just the fruits of Scandinavian people drinking hallucinogenic deer pee and not understanding that it's a chemical that interacts with their brain and thinking it's mystical. Writing down what they see. Having said that, the psychedelics are awesome. I recommend it to anybody. Which might be a little reckless. Maybe not if you have a history of schizophrenia in your family. Or, I guess, heart issues. Any cardiovascular issues could be problematic because of vasoconstriction. But if not either of those, then go ahead. By all means. You should experience real motherfucking magic once before you die. We're all only alive for a certain amount of time. Can I climb this? I can't. Oh, that's what you're supposed to do. Shadow of the Colossus style. Those still slap today. Can you imagine how much it must have blown minds when they came out? Oh, he's getting old. No, come on. Attack on Titan. Oh fuck. Oh, that was quick. You have to get the song. Well, oh. But how do you dodge that one? Fuck! It's harder than it looks. Almost. Why don't you just smash him or grab him? Cheater. It's getting tough. Real talk, it's a little bit Reddit that they have the actual song, but it'd also be disappointing if they didn't. What? Oh, you hide behind the rocks for that one. How the fuck do you... Can I dive? Oh. Do I jump or duck for that? I got stuck. Duck, jump. You jump twice. Good job using the mechanics of the game to teach you how to fight the boss.
The Bramble weakened. The Mountain King saw clearly for the first time in centuries. And what he saw reminded him of his beloved son.
Aww.
He would not lose him again. This time, King Nils would overcome the darkness.
Is this the last boss? Pretty epic last boss. Resident Evil shit.
The source of the curse blossomed. King Nils tore the bramble rooted in his back and brought it all to an end. The only way to get to Lillimor was now up and in.
And then get pooped out, right? Am I going in? I'm going inside his body. Well, no. No idea what you do once you're at the top. Shouldn't she already be dead by now, but from suffocation? Or is it like Attack on Titan where they have breathable air inside? All right. Why would that work? So I die, right? No war game? War game? Yes? No? No, I'm dead. Oh, gross! Oh, she did fucking Lemmy Winks her way out. When did she have a sword? Oh, he gave her the sword. That thing turns into a blade, doesn't it? Oh, is that the sad ending? He sacrifices himself to save his sister. I'm tearing up a little bit. It's a Christmas miracle!
Tuva had one last gift to give to Ole.
Bros, I'm crying.
The Mountain King dead, his prison started to crumble. Lemus
Oh, our buddy!
always look after his friend.
Yay, buddies! Wouldn't it be funny but awful if they got smashed by a rock on the way out? It was all for nothing. Sorry to be edgy. Lars,
Nightmare woke her
I
up,
just had the most fucked up dream. I was in an endless IKEA.
frightened by her memories.
They only had the horse
Saw her
meatballs.
brother's comfort. But he was nowhere to be found.
Are you fucking kidding me? This is impossible. There's no way there's twice as much game as that. Are we starting another game as the girl? Oh, these are the figurines we didn't get. Ola is 9 and Lillimore is 11. 9/11. Coincidence? I think not. Now, I'm not saying Swedish people did 9/11, but I'm also not saying it. Does this painting fill in depending on what buddies you rescue or something?
However, the darkness outside did not scare her.
Spaghetti!
Because she knew she had her brother.
I teared up a little. They got me. If a game makes me cry, it's a good game. Oh, there's a Nintendo Switch port of this? Holy cow. How does that work? I also wish I could have saved my sister. I guess in video games, anything is possible. But it turns out if you get hit by a fucking car, a glowing rock doesn't save you. My family has bad luck with cars. I'm sorry, I just thought, what if that was uranium? What if that was like the demon core he was carrying the whole time? And the ending of the game is he's got he's got like a giant tumor on his brain. He's got terminal 7 cancer. Oh, why did that make me laugh so much? It was all just fucking radiation poisoning hallucinations. That was sure was something. Northern Hymn, I think, was the horror one that I remember. I played through. That was pretty kino. I like that. I had a good time with that. There's also a DLC, I believe. Or is it another game? Spirit of the North, same dev. Spirit of the North, wild and free. Gonna drink that reindeer pee. Gonna drink the balls. Am I a fox this time? Fuck yeah, I'm a fox, I'm running around. I'm the fattest, sexiest fox in town. Gonna find a fox bitch and take her to Pound Town. Maybe also Brown Town. This came with the other game, by the way. There was a bundle, if I recall correctly. I want to say it's the same dev. It looks like it's very similar. What have I unleashed? Like the sword in Lord of the Rings. The blue shifted light. Fox time! Fuck everybody else who isn't a fox. Look at this snow deformation. That's what today's gamers want. Can I run? Is this my top speed? Bramble was good. I liked Bramble. It was a little bit simpler than I wanted it to be. It sure was a game though. That has zero replay value. You know what would add replay value is DLCs based on other Scandinavian myths, which add new gameplay types. Problem with DLCs is like console add-ons. You can only sell them to people who already bought the main one. The big enchilada. Boy, I hope there isn't a fat American somewhere making lewd artwork of me as the Anthro Foxman. I don't know why that thought would pop into my head as a real life fox, but I sure hope that's not happening right now. You think animals? No, of course not. What if we could use technology to inject the knowledge into their brains of like furry artwork? What would they make of that? I want them to know. They should know what we've done. We've got the wizard staff. Where do I go from here? It's a dead body, right? Alright, so I returned the staff to its former owner, and his ghost opened the way for me. So it's a story about foxes and ghosts, I guess. I hop! I'm a hopping little fox. And you can suck all of my cocks. So they can only conceptualize other cats as intelligent beings. They can't conceive of a superior, only a larger equal. That explains why they're always bringing us headless mice. They think we're dumbass, helpless babies who can't hunt for ourselves. Yo, I can't do any of that. Ah, fuck! Am I supposed to be able to double jump? What a beautiful glacial cavern. Imagine if there were hot springs in here. Imagine what a miracle it would be to find a subterranean, subglacial pocket like this with a hot spring. There must be a hot spring. The water's liquid. Where human life could comfortably be sustained for thousands of years. Build a little village. Let me through. I'm the main character. I'm on. My face is on the front of the cover of the box. Could have said that more elegantly. More beautiful graphics. That's Ray graphics. I don't know for sure if that's Ray graphics, but whatever it is, that's what that is. What is this, Death Stranding with Fox? Might be cool, actually. Why am I bothering this ghost? Also, how come we don't have holograms yet? Have you ever thought about that? This would be way better as a hologram. When are we going to get that? What we do have is, I forget what company. I want to say LG or someone is making the first glasses-free 3D monitor. Apparently the technology is finally there for 3D screens that don't require glasses. But that begs the question, why not just VR? I guess it's easier to adapt games to 3D monitors than it is to adapt them for VR. Or I question that. It's like $1,500 though, so you gotta really want it. Do you have any interest in a glasses-free monitor? It's 4K in 2D mode, but it's like 1080p equivalent in 3D mode. If I had money burning a hole in my pocket, I might. It's eye tracking like Nintendo 3DS, so. I thought 3DS looked good, at least when they fixed the eye tracking with the revision. I could see it being packed in just as a bonus. Just to sell you a new monitor. It's got that blue eyes. This is back the way I came, isn't it? Is this back the way I came? No, this is new. This is the kind of shit I would never play if not for stream. Didn't it come through here? I'm having deja vu. Nothing new's happening also. If I backtrack all the way to the start of the game, I'm going to be a little bit angry. This looks new. I don't think it is. Nope, I backtracked all the way to the start of the cave. Everything looks identical. Unbelievable. I like 3D displays. I know I'm mostly alone in that feeling. I think it enhances games if they're never going to get a VR adaptation. It is a little bit... It's a different experience in VR a little bit. Blah, blah. Instant death. So what's this about a Tomb Raider trilogy remaster I completely missed out on? I was not paying attention for that. Like they brushed up the models somewhat. Oh, pretty textures. Wow. Those are some nice textures. A Dream of Hampshire. I need to put together money to rebuild Megahab. Oh, now it lets me run. People want to see hamsters underwater. I need to complete the vision. Megahab's the new Megahab, I mean, is the biggest I can ever make it. Happy 2024. You know what 2024 is? Oh, fuck. ...2024 is, the year of Artemis 2. Unless it gets scrubbed and moved to 2025. Which is entirely possible. We're going to send a crewed Orion capsule with 4 people in it around the moon and return them to Earth. No landing, not this year. Landing is for Artemis 3. It's like a minivan road trip. It's not much bigger inside. Sonic speed. Oh, now it opens up. Okay. Is this open world? I'd be real damn surprised. Have you ever looked at a cross-section of Orion? It's not that big. It's not a lot of room for 4 people. It's hard to get a sense of, with the camera angles, though. There's a good shot of 4 people standing up in it. They can't stand up fully upright. 4 guys can stand in there easy, but not... Do you mean Venus? When people talk about sky colonization, they're usually talking about Venus, which has Earth pressure and temperature. And also on Venus, because of the atmospheric composition, oxygen is a lifting gas. So you could put your habitat inside of your gas bag. You wouldn't want to do it on Jupiter. Jupiter has too much gravity. I'm 90% sure it's Venus you're thinking of. Sorry to be an autist, but space colonization is one of those things I know a lot about. I think if you'll find if you check it is Venus that you were thinking of. Yes, it is on the surface. However, it's really nice up in the atmosphere. Of course I may be right. Who are you talking to? The Habitat Master! If there's anybody who knows everything about human beings living in containers, as if that was ever useful knowledge to have, I'm the man in the can Stan. I stand the man in the can. Yeah, the Soviets had a concept for that too. Let me That's fine. I gotta show you. It's really cool. It's one of those diagrams that you can look at for hours. The Soviet sky base concept for Venus. It's worth looking at as a group. There's a lot to take in. I need to find it first. That's not it. Here it is. Here it is. Get a load of this shit. This is really so ambitious. This whole balloon is the habitable volume. Oh, that's not all of it. I mean, it would have been wiser to put more. I guess wherever the oxygen is it exerts lifting force. But because you can put stuff inside the gas bag, you could have quite a lot of living space. Unlike in a hydrogen blimp or something where the gas bag has to stay separate from the living areas. What I could never figure out is how you get these from orbit down to the altitude you want. I guess the bottom part of the dish is a heat shield, and they fall and then they inflate on the way. It is sexy, but it's not a Cloud 9 tensegrity sphere, which is my favorite type of aerostat habitat. Courtesy of none other than my boy Bucky, our Buckminster Fuller, which I made some good-looking AI renders of recently. These are not accurate scale. I could not get the AI to understand the intended scale of a mile-wide tensegrity sphere, but this gives the idea of it. Got the main habitation disk here. You got a little pool. Got some cabanas. The idea is it's a big hot air balloon. It's a rigid hot air balloon where the hot air is supplied by the greenhouse effect. And I'm also tantalized by the stuff underneath the disc here, where you could go down these spiral staircases and there'd be an observatory to just look down at the clouds. I hope something like this gets built one day. I feel like a resort or theme park company will do it. Once we have... I think a missing piece of the puzzle is affordable electric VTOL transport to actually get people up to it. Once air taxis are a commonplace thing, you can start thinking about putting destinations in the sky for people to go to. It's entirely feasible. The math and physics of it works out. My boy Bucky boy approved it. Hold on. Let me find... I know I did more of these. I did a couple of these. I did a few. Here's the one. I think this is a different one than what you saw. It's more realistic. The disc is lower in the sphere for a lower center of gravity, which you'd really want it to have. Climatron greenhouse? No, but I've seen pictures of it. I've collected images of various geodesic domes around the world. Here's another one. You probably couldn't have water in it. The water would probably be too heavy. Maybe you could have a small, like, hot tub or something. But, it would have quite a lot of lifting capacity, so I could be wrong. Is that the one we looked at before? Yeah, it was. Some of these are more reasonable. But, again, still not the correct size. This one's probably the closest. While we're at it, let's look at some other renders I did. I did Rapture 1870 using early technology to make an underwater habitat out of a barrel. I thought that was a cool idea. Nothing so ambitious as an underwater city, just a modern Diogenes. This would be me if I lived back in that time. I don't know, honestly, but it's a fun thing to think about. I think so, yes. I think oxygen is the more buoyant gas under those circumstances. Here are some Antarctic dome settlements I rendered. And let's see. Oh no, I had 2 more. This one's cool too. The snow kind of intrudes though, like it's broken. Oh, that was all. You would think so, except here's the thing though, Adelaide. There exists a domed complex called the Eden Project in Cornwall, England, and they use a material called EFTE, which is a long chemical name for the type of plastic they use, and they use a bilayer, like each triangular facet is 2 layers of flexible, transparent plastic with air pumped in between them, so it's like a pillow, so it doubles as insulation. That's how it's both transparent and an insulator. I could go on about this forever. I did some hot air balloon fantasy cities, which I thought were pretty cool. And it's in 1970s underwater habitats. Me too. That seems really cozy. I like some of these a lot. I like the analog technology and the record players and the egg chairs. A lot of these have egg chairs. It seems to strongly associate that with the time period. I think this is my favorite. This looks most believable. And then we get the steampunk ones. Boo, steampunk. Some of these are okay, actually. Some of these are kind of... This one's pretty cool looking. This one's good looking. I don't know about that one. Anyway, back to the game. Actually, wait. I forgot the desert domes. Where'd I put the desert domes? I know I have them in here somewhere. Oh, here we go. These are Kino too. This would not be a good idea. A solar greenhouse in the desert is not a good idea. So there's a reason these haven't been built. You would need a nuclear reactor to air condition them fast enough not to cook yourself. I like the idea of it though, it's still cool. Transplanting one biome into another biome through the use of dome technology. That's probably the best one. Anyway, that's all for now. I've been playing with AI a lot recently, as you can probably tell. Oh, he curls up when you're not playing. It's adorable. I don't know how feasible that really is. It seems like a good idea in principle, but how do you make that airtight? Is this just a fox sliding game? You see that a lot in sci-fi, but they never really... You can't just put a dome down and have it not leak air. Have people been here? Did they kill me? Why did they kill me? Save me, ghost friend. Is that evil? No, we were playing the Amnesia VR port at the start of the stream. I anticipated it lasting longer. I anticipated Bramble lasting longer, actually. Amnesia wasn't a people pleaser. We moved on from that. I don't manually switch the game tag every time because I switch games so often. That'd be a full-time job. Oh, injured fox friend. Not my fox. I just got him. I got 700 more payments on this feller. Pretty good snow deformation. Padding. This is padding. Oh, he's got HGTV. Leaving me behind, bro. It's a cairn. Insufferable hikers have been through here. Yeah, I played that at a friend's house. That friend took a sudden, intense left turn in his politics and ideology when he met this girl who was similarly aligned, and I never heard from him again. It was apparently a good reason to throw me in the trash, because he didn't think his girlfriend would like me. I lost two friends that way. The other's name was Holly. That was way back when. She got in on the first generation of Tumblrism. Tumblr's what got her. That, and she was an unironic communist and thought Putin was awesome. Probably she doesn't anymore. Funny how things change. Well, people come in your life and they leave your life. It's like One Piece. I know that's a cringe analogy. Supporting casts don't always stay forever. Sounds like a really narcissistic way to conceive a friendship, but some people are... Whether they stay or not proves whether they're side characters. No, she was. Yeah, no, she was a Tumblr communist who had no idea what it entailed. Sweet girl, though. Nice person. I miss talking to her. I will. Thank you for dropping by. I like to see repeat faces in this stream. Where everybody knows your name. Am I gonna die? I'm NGMI, aren't I? Is he leading me to my grave? I'd sure love to open this drink, but this limping fox commands my attention. Does he stop if I stop? He doesn't stop if I stop. He just keeps... Oh, he does. Never mind. Is this a healing pool? Are you gonna drown me? You best not drown me. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, can't get fooled again. I'm not even an Arctic fox. I don't think I'm the right species for this biome. I'm possessed now. I have the power. I'm the chosen one. I got a Chivo for becoming infused with pure ancient energy, whatever the fuck that means. Where are you going? Lead the way. That's what it looks like. Lore? Is this lore? Furries made this. We beat Northern Journey, we beat Bramble, we beat Northern Hymn. We never beat Absolov. There's more games based on Scandinavian folklore than you might think. It's not as original an idea as it once was. Am I supposed to be going this direction? This is where I came through originally, isn't it? I just backtracked again. Fuck. I have a bad habit of doing that. If there was any way to realize your mistake sooner, I would. I appear healed. Very pretty assets. Look at the rocks. Look how detailed those rocks are. I did the thing. What do I do now? I just luxuriate in glorious golden radiant light. Oh, up this way. I'll get magic powers now. Cool. I wish this kind of shit was real. I wish we lived in a world where you could wander into a random cave and find ancient glyphs that would unlock fucking stalactite doors. Like the Adventure Time world where shit's more interesting. Oh shit, there's a subterranean biome with plants and hot springs, like exactly like we talked about. If you could grow edible plants down here, humans could live here. Had our ancestors discovered it long enough in the past, there could have still been a breakaway civilization living here. I've been thinking about this because I've been reading about ultra-terrestrials recently, which is the opposite of extraterrestrials, kind of. Ultra-terrestrials are like more advanced humans that we don't know about, that are hidden from us somehow. Like you could argue Rapturians from BioShock were ultra-terrestrials. They had better technology in a lot of ways, and abilities we didn't have. Where am I? Why am I no longer in the frozen wasteland? What video? Oh, the ultra-terrestrial video on Mr. Mythos or whatever his fucking name is? Yeah, I did. I like that idea. I don't believe it. It's sort of Rick and Morty-esque, isn't it? The idea that there might be just like a club of people who have anti-gravity vessels that nobody else has that keep them a secret somehow. It's entrancing. There's a dedicated bark button. That's adorable. This is gorgeous. Hold on. Also does not support 21:9. Yeah, it's entertaining, at least. It gives me good writing ideas. That's what the Vrilya were in Edgar Bulwer Lytton's The Power of the Coming Race. It's the same premise as the War of the Worlds, which is what if colonialism happened to white people, but this time instead of Martians wrecking our shit, it was subterranean human offshoots. That were the source of all ancient great civilizations. And they had not yet wrecked our ship because they had not yet run out of space in the caverns of the Earth. But the implication was that it was inevitable that they would. That once they ran out of space, they would surface to conquer the surface of the planet. As they're done. Kind of like Gears of War. But instead of locusts, it's just idealized Mary Sue humans that are like 11 feet tall. Like a Giga Chad population. Where everybody looks like Giga Chad. But they also have magic wands, and I'm not making this up. Well, staffs, really. Staffs or wands, depending on who you ask. That were powered by an infinite fuel source, which was conceived of before nuclear energy was known about. I wrote my own, I don't want to say fan fiction, but I wrote my own sequel, basically, modernization of it. To try to make it less goofy and corny and more believable. Where they live in the hollow earth and they have unfathomable technologies based on Vril because they had to undergo the Industrial Revolution while underground, having sought refuge from encroaching glaciers during the Ice Age and being principally descended from Neanderthals. So in this continuity, Neanderthals never died out. They just went underground and developed technologies that let them live underground without emissions suffocating everyone. I had a lot of fun with that, doing a deep dive into what the implications of having free energy would be. Not exactly free energy, they still have to generate Vril. They condense it from from cosmic ether or some nonsense. But it's a liquid suspension of antimatter in buckyball containment matrices. Like, individual molecules contain individual molecules of antimatter and prevent them from reacting. So it can be handled at room temperature as a liquid, like gasoline. And then you use RF waves to destabilize the buckyballs in order to react the antimatter with the matter at a controlled rate to release its energy. So I tried to rationalize how such a thing could possibly work and have the properties observed in the original book. I explained UFOs by the Vril having a short-lived alliance with the Third Reich, in which they supplied them flying saucers, but they deliberately made them shitty they made them out of 1940s materials and technologies that we didn't have yet, but we're going to soon, instead of using their best technology, so that they wouldn't just give their best technology into human hands, and also so that if anybody took a picture of one, no one would believe them, because it would look like a hokey old sci-fi flying saucer. In my story, they're sociopathic liars that don't ever tell the truth to humans because they don't respect us. That's to explain why in the original book they claim to be evolved from frogs, whatever that means. That was a really weird plot point, and I was like, how do I make this make sense? Answer: they're alternate humans that descended from Neanderthals, but they have a superiority complex to where they don't feel they owe honesty to lesser forms of humanity. So they just tell us whatever lies they want to, which I had a lot of fun with also. That philosophy is embedded in their technology. Their technology is designed as a trick, as deceitfully. Like the only tools that let humans handle have the actual functional circuitry hidden somewhere in the machine, like printed on the inside of the housing instead of inside. Like when you open it up, what you see and you think is the functional machinery actually is just a placeholder. It's a dummy to mislead you, so that you have difficulty reverse engineering their technology. They put a lot of thought into how they interact with lesser species in such a way as to deny us access to their power, if that makes sense. So I didn't just think about their technology and their civilization, but also how it would affect their culture. Like they have a religion, but they worship themselves. basically. They worship their own race. And they don't care if we ever understand them, and they don't try to help us understand them. They try to actively mislead us. They're not our friends, but they sometimes, when it serves their purposes, behave as if they are. It's a fun read. There's two different offshoots of the Vril-Ya which are at war with each other. One of which genetically engineered itself to resemble Nazi racial ideals because they were corrupted with Nazi beliefs. The idea of a master race appealed to their narcissism, and they liked the idea of being genetically distinct from their what they felt were their inferiors and being visually distinct. So now there's a artificially created pseudo-Aryan offshoot of the Vril-Ya who have demolished most of the original Vril-Ya, which are in the book described as being olive-skinned and brown-haired and brown-eyed, an amalgam of all ancient peoples. The main character is unwittingly a hybrid, one of many hybrids created by a cult between humans and what the Bible considers Nephilim. It implies the Nephilim of Scripture were actually Vril-Ya, which is probably where the idea came from in the first place, because the original book assumes the truth of Noah's flood in one passage, which I got rid of. I mean, I made reference to it. It's a very loving adaptation, or not adaptation, it's a very loving sequel that doesn't get rid of anything from the original book, but reframes it so it makes a little bit more sense. If you ever want to read it, it's on my Substack. If you ever want to read Genetically Engineered versus Eugenic, Subterranean, Ultra Sapien, Neanderthal versus fellow subterranean Neanderthal human flying saucer battles. But they all also have godlike powers because of the Vril Staff. The Vril Staff is basically a replicator from Star Trek in a portable form. It's anti-gravity, it's a transporter, it's a replicator, it's weaponry, it's a computer. To them, it's like a smartphone. Everybody in their civilization has one. And this is why they don't have any machinery that we can tell. They don't have any... they left behind a lot of industrial machinery from earlier periods in their development, from before they had Vril Staffs, but then they miniaturized all of the benefits of technology into a single device everybody can carry with them, and it reads their mind. It's mind activated. It basically just translates their wishes into reality, whatever those might be. And they rely on mental discipline to not accidentally vaporize themselves with an errant thought. This is the power of autism when it comes to writing and world building. They also have a culture that glorifies cruelty as the birthright of the powerful, and as a regal behavior of superior beings, and they consider any display of weakness to be a shameful thing. So at one point, the main character gets abducted and kept as a pet by a child of this civilization. And she's not allowed to speak except when permitted to explicitly. So she's a silent observer for much of it. And at one point during a sport of a kinds that they play, think about sci-fi Quidditch kind of, she falls from her vehicle, which resembles rotating inset gold metallic triangles. She falls from it and breaks her leg, and the bone sticks out through the skin. And everybody rushes and forms a circle around her, but not to help her. They all spit on her and mock her for her mistake. And she doesn't cry. She doesn't stop them. And later on, when the main character's like, "Hey, yo, what the fuck? Why are children like this in your world?" She's like, "That was the correct thing to do. You don't want to reward bad judgment. You don't want to reward fucking up. You have to use pain as a teacher." So they're kind of like Ayn Rand's ideal, self-serving Nietzschean Supermen, where none of them ever help one another. But they also don't hurt one another because it's mutually assured destruction. Every individual, even children in their society, have a weapon that would allow any one of them to defeat all the armies of Earth within an hour. An armed society is a polite society. So it's taking a very antiquated narrative that was thought-provoking and interesting in its time, and modernizing it and expanding on it and evolving it to be something that's more feasible to take seriously in the modern era of the subterranean society of superhumans. What do I gain from this? I'm the spirit fox. I command you, flower. Give me your block. Oh, here we go. This is what it was all about. It's a water puzzle. Is that the name of the game? Is it? I don't know if I could get it published. It kind of is cavalier with a lot of concepts that people are very emotionally invested into. It does not necessarily give them the weight that they deserve. But again, I was trying to match the tone of the original, which was also not a very politically conscious work. I also had to figure out how the fuck you would have a hollow Earth. The answer is they hollowed it out without us noticing by using Vril-powered gravity generators to simulate the correct gravity of an Earth that's not hollow. And as they excavated the Earth, they ejected the vapor, the hot vapor from the vaporized rock as volcanic emissions, so as to escape detection. And the reason why they care to escape our detection is, again, cultural. They're inward-seeking people. And this is why they have only one outpost in space, in Pleiades. Because they don't care to colonize space, they care to colonize planetary interiors. Because of the trauma that drove them to colonize Earth's interior in the first place, which was being driven underground not only by the Ice Age, but by the encroachment of Homo sapiens into their territory, which led them to feel suspicious and hateful of any other hominids. And that one's like fucking 200 fucking pages too. That's a large boy. Man, it's so rewarding writing. It's just organized dreaming. I've created so many different worlds that make me feel so fulfilled and enriched. And all of that represents the fruit of my brain, the important parts of me that will never die. The important stuff that I would want to preserve about myself is all in writing, and it's immortal now. Assuming anyone cares to preserve it. That's everything I got to give so far. Uh-oh. It doesn't work here. Did I not find the shaman? I only wish I had put some more time into learning to make games. But the thing is, I would never be able to make a game that would do justice to the vision I had when I wrote the book. There are some sweet ass battles too. They're like imagine the aesthetics of 1950s flying saucer movies, but with the special effects of like an Avengers film. The implication is also that the genetically engineered offshoot of the Vrilya are one and the same with Pleiadians, which are the Scandinavian-looking aliens. So I tied together. I love to tie together different mythos that seem compatible, like I did with reptilians, and the waters above. What do I do here? I don't see a Skeleman. I need to find a Skeleman to offload this rod onto. That's the thing about writing, though. It can be anything, because there's no special effects budget. So you can write things that would never even be... I mean, I guess if it's animation, it can be anything. But it would even be burdensome to animate some of the things I've written. You're completely unbounded in a way that you aren't in any other medium. Writing is just an instruction set for your imagination. How to recreate something someone else has imagined. I've not only invoked Vril either, or rationalized it, I've also invoked and rationalized Orgone, and a number of other mythical substances. As well as inventing my own vitriol, which is the black syrup that appears in almost every story I write. It's the beginning of my own system of physics. But it's an elemental physics, where it's defined by these primordial substances and their different interactions when combined. I have no idea what the fuck to do here. I can't jump that far, can I? Have I been up here already? What am I not doing? Did I miss some flowers or some shit? Oh, you know what it probably is? I probably missed some flowers. Do I have to go all the way back? I think I can't go back all the way. I might have soft locked. I have nothing but high hopes for AI, because AI is perfect for someone like me, who put all of his points into one stat and just doesn't have the resources to make my visions come true. When everybody has the same resources to do visual effects and game design, then what decides who has the best product will be the writing, the vision, the world design. The better imagination will win out. Imagination versus imagination versus imagination. Can I put this down over here? Well. Oh, now it works. Hot damn. Oh, but now I won't be able to get the staff back. Or will, or won't I? Aha, sick. I can't go under there with a stick. Fuck. What am I meant to do? This one doesn't work yet. This one has a lot more actual gameplay. I'm more frustrated, but I'm also more engaged. Trying to find things and activate things. Can I dive? I can't dive. That seems like the logical thing to do, is to go under. Maybe if I go back this way. I do love seeing dogs and other cute animals holding a giant stick that's too big for them. It has an enduring appeal to it. That's not correct. This is the same as it ever was. This is the only place where the water lowered. Whatever we have to do, it's around here someplace. I want to say we have to go underneath one of these, but I don't see how or where. There's something related to this. Why not? Well, you know what? It's quitting time. I'm going to Google this. I'm going to look up a guide and figure out the next couple steps to take so the next stream goes more smoothly and there's less delay and running around doing nothing. That way it's more entertaining for you because you get to see more content. Interesting stuff so far. I thought this was like DLC for the other game. It looks really similar to Bramble, the cover image. I guess it's not, though. Anyway, had a lovely time, as I usually do. I probably will play more VR Amnesia. I don't know if I'll stream all of it. I may just save certain cool sections for the stream because it's a game people have streamed to death. Just the fact that it's in VR isn't enough to make it novel and worth streaming again. Probably should have thought of that sooner. Bramble was great. I'm really glad we got through Bramble. Glad I didn't get filtered at the end. I almost did. Get at me again on... Why doesn't my watch say what day it is? Wednesday. Same ham times, same ham channel. That's 7 o'clock p.m. West Coast time to 11 o'clock p.m. This is your friendly neighborhood ham dad signing off, returning you to your regularly scheduled sleepy time.